Can you hear me now? Test, test.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you. I don't know who that was, but thank you. All right, so radios, we covered the radios, we covered the command units, we're covering the turkeys. We're also proud to announce that our medical director did authorize the use of Narcan via a mucosal airing device, which is going to be rolled out here pretty quickly. The department should be receiving their devices to be used out in the field as soon as their staff is being trained. This morning, we did have a meeting with the people that showed up for the Chief Cordero was one of them and West Valley was the other. For the rollout training, they agreed that once they get everybody trained in their next medical training at their department, that's when they will be trained in rolling it out. They are receiving the medical protocol signed by the medical director authorizing the use. And this will now be from an ECA all the way down to paramedic via nasal spray and via venal use. Any questions on that, commissioners?
None, sir.
No, sir.
I also had a meeting with Paseo del Norte, what's the name of the Haciendas del Norte Water District? And I think we had a little surprise there to know that a lot of the hydrants that we're being told are being tested, but we do not know. They did offer to say that if we tested them, we could, and only if we pay for the water. We're still going to work on that and see how that's going to go. We cannot agree to that because that's something that we can go. All their hydrants, we're being told, are red tops. I would suggest that we do not hook up to those hydrants as their red tops as of right now, until we figure out what the actual gallonage is. Any other questions, Commissioner?
So you're gonna conduct some tests to see?
They did
what-
authorize for about, I think, 6, we agreed.
I'm paying for it, yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Barnes agreed to pay for 6, and then
For the water.
the board president there said he would pay for 1, so 7 maybe, but that still doesn't make it. We are also looking into some hydrants that are inside of some people's properties. In accordance to what the county provided to us, it looks like those hydrants are in those people's properties and somebody would have to move them, so. We will-
Fences were built
Hmm.
between the road and the hydrant.
And that's because the hydrant was inside those people's properties. So we will have another meeting with them and see if we can get those addressed. Anything else, commissioners?
As far as directing not to hook up to the hydrants, I disagree with that. Because I'd hate to have a structure fire out there and now we're trying to answer to those people why we didn't hook up to the hydrants. I've had fires out there in the past. The water supplies was adequate to maintain. I would put it on to the chief and at Montana Vista and his people there to, use judgment, hook up to the hydrant. If you got good residual, then use it. If you don't, then of course that's an issue. And, now that we can answer that to the people out there, if there's not a water supply, but I'm sure there is enough to handle it.
When's the last time a pump was damaged due to cavitation?
I think it was. Upper 701, I'm being told almost in the Montana Vista fire, we almost damaged it due to the cavitation. So
The cavitation is we lose a residual pressure from the hydrant. So pretty much the pump is pumping more than what the hydrant provides. So pretty much the pump's running dry and it'll seize.
Yeah, but if the operator is paying attention, they should recognize that
Right, right.
and, shut it down, back off or whatever. I mean, the status, the rules of thumb that I've always, and Chief Marcus can testify to that when we've had training. When you get down to 20 PSI of residual, you must notify the officer or the incident command that you're at that status so you don't keep adding more lines or whatever.
Do you have
you're
a
aware of it.
procedure
It's not written as something we teach in our classes.
in all your drivers? Or-
Mhm. Yeah. And also you have you know, our suction lines are soft. They're not the hard suction like we used to in the old days. So I mean, if they start collapsing, I mean, somebody better be paying attention if they're at the pump.
Takes a lot of experience though to hook up a,
True, yeah,
hard
the hard
suction,
suction,
yeah.
sure.
I would recommend that if we're gonna be there, we carry 1,000 gallons on all our pumpers. We do carry tankers for the time being until we test some. I would suggest that we do not hook up to them, and we can hook up to a tanker to it to fill it up. But I would suggest that, because we don't know how the system really looks, and we're about to find out how
Hey, Roger, there was another concern was it'd be collapsing the water lines there also.
we can collapse their
But
water
they're
lines.
antiquated. That's another, they were built in the eighties
Hmm.
for like 40 homes. Now
That's actually my concern more than anything. I know that they're telling us they're red tops just to,
That's the color they got when they were.
You're right, that's the color of the hydrant when they bought them.
Yeah.
yeah, so
That
I'm
don't
pretty
mean
sure
nothing.
once we flow test 6 of them, it's gonna show that it's a little bit better. But as of right now, since we do not know, I would suggest that we don't try it, especially because they're also saying that if there's a fire, they're probably gonna bill us for water.
They're on cheap on this somehow because I'm physically paying for the test of 6 fire hydrants out of my pocket. So we get tested. There's no other
For the water,
resource
yeah.
for the water.
and when are the tests gonna be?
As soon as we get with legal and make sure that
Yeah.
there's no,
That's.
no
Yeah.
ramifications if something does
right.
break
That-
while we're testing.
The other part is there was real no liability before we had our meeting. Now that we had a meeting, fingers are starting to point. Something goes bad. If we test and we collapse a line, who pays for it? If a house burns down, we don't have no water, who's liable now? I think we identified, we identified a problem, Roger, that's greater than any solution that's on the table right now.
Right. We thought to be honest with you, we thought they had a working crew and they have a crew member of 1.
Yeah.
So for us to go out there, we would have to be doing that, and that's something that we really don't have the capabilities of doing everybody's. Down here, the Lower Valley Water District is doing their own. That's why you see them painted, numbered, and up to date. Over there, there's 1 individual. But for us to, as the fire department, to know, we're still gonna have to go test them just to make sure that they are in compliance.
There's 3 different lines, right? 6.
They have a 6-inch is the smallest. They have 8-inch and a 12-inch.
Trying to find out how we can test
At least,
spectrum of them.
I was telling the chief, do you guys have a map of the
Yes.
Yes, they did send me the map.
best way to do it?
So we're gonna do like spot different sections and see how it is. And I gotta find out where the 6-inch is so we can figure out what the flow is gonna be on those.
So our hands are tied that we cannot test anything until legal says otherwise.
Well, I mean, I did briefly talk to him, and we'll go into executive because he did give a little bit of guidance on that. But I wanted to talk to you all about that.
Chief, have you guys used the hydrants lately?
Yeah, I think filling up is not the issue. It's when you're
No,
trying to
no.
pump 1,000 gallons a minute and let's say it collapses on it. I think filling up a tanker would be, as of right now, quite okay because it's being pushed by whatever the pressure is coming off the line versus us trying to suck whatever the truck can put out and cavitate that line in the ground. Then cause a bigger problem. Santa Fe Trail, at the First Street.
Oh, from Santa Fe to Craig, almost.
Santa Fe and Craig, that's north of that is where it starts. I have a map. I can send it to you.
And one thing I would like to clear up, the Assistant Chief mentioned that they had a hydrant or a pumper that almost failed on that big fire. That's a whole different hydrant
Yes.
system than down off the mud side. So,
That-
so the 2 different things, that fire was so large, you know, that I don't think any hydrant system's gonna maintain full capacity of what they were using.
And that is true. And that is on being serviced by the El Paso Water Utilities. Any other questions, commissioners?
No, sir.
Item number 7,
Right.
information. Yeah.
On 7, we used to get the communications report. Is there a reason why we stopped getting that?
I asked for it and we voted on it. It's
Yes.
just, information that we can call them and get the information over the phone,
Huh?
public information.
I don't remember that.
Communication?
Mhm.
Yes,
No.
we did. We were right here. We voted on it, maybe 2 months.
As a matter of fact,
ago,
I
3
think
months ago.
Okay.
Commissioner Barnes, I think you voted yes on it.
To get it?
No, to have her stop coming to give the reports.
No.
Oh, no,
No. She's good. I'm talking about just the product that goes into
we
the,
used to get it on.
I know she's still getting the numbers from us because she is requesting them. Angie keeps sending them, so I don't know. Maybe she
there used
just.
to be a thing in the Dropbox, not the
Right,
number.
right. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
That we had the info in our Dropbox.
I'll double check on that tomorrow morning
It
and then
covers all calls and response matrix.
I will double check on that tomorrow.
Okay.
Not the-
I didn't realize that it wasn't in there because I know she is getting the numbers. Anything else, commissioners?
No, sir.
Item number 7, information only. Item number 8, discuss and take action on ratifying the invoice from Daco Fire Equipment for the purchase of parts for repairs of R603 in the amount of $2,493.14. Commissioners, I'm being told that the report is on Dropbox.
Just motion to approve?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Santana, second by Commissioner Avalos. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes.
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9, discuss and take action amending the SOG submitted by Chief Esparza. Commissioners, as you can see, we have several different items, I believe highlighted in red for you all to review. It's just the authorization of everything that you have put in through approved policies. Can I have a motion to approve?
Just looking real quick.
This will be disseminated out to the chiefs immediately after the meeting.
What was the changes, Roger, or is it?
The use of the facilities,
Right.
let me go back and relook at them. That was item as item, chapter number 26. I think that was the only one. And then we're adding a revision date of 2023 as the last one. Yes, that was the facility use policy. As agreed upon with Commissioner Santana,
You said chapter 26?
chapter 26, sir.
I mean, don't change what we talked about, right?
Would you like to see it? I have it right here in front of me.
No, it's right here.
Make a motion to approve.
A motion by Commissioner Diaz. Do I have a second?
Still reading it.
Chief, this is everything we agreed on last time, right?
This was the end result of the meeting on the, trying to remember the date. Can't remember the date of the last meeting.
That's when we had the early.
Yes, the early meeting for one item.
Mhm.
October,
You got some misspelled words in here. I don't know if you want to change that before you push it out.
October 16th. I'll double check the grammar, Commissioner.
Fires. No, they misspelled fire.
Oh, I see it. Missing an E.
Okay, we need to, you didn't get to see it earlier?
No,
No.
I didn't get, Dropbox.
You didn't get a Dropbox?
I have it on mine. So
Marion's trying
I
to
was
fix
able
it.
to
She
see
emailed
it.
everything to me since I've been here.
Any questions?
I don't think so.
All right, second, the motion.
I have a second by Commissioner Santana. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries with the correction of fire, missing an E. And any other misspelled words. Item number 10, discuss and take action approving the annual inspection of PPE through Southwest PPE submitted by Chief Esparza. Commissioners, this is a budgeted item we do every year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It was either Diaz or Avalos.
Yes.
We have a motion by Commissioner Santana, second by Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 11, discuss and take action approving the annual inspection of fire extinguishers throughout, through Henderson Fire Protection for all fire stations. Again, Commissioner, this is part of our compliance.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Santana, second by Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12, discuss and take action on joint employee assistant EAP plan with ESD1 at an approximate cost of $3,531 for 150 members. Commissioners, this was the plan that Commissioner Avalos also wanted on for us to look at. The cost for us for a full year is $3,500 to have an extra protection of counselors for all our members and their families. I don't think it's a bad price. It went drastically down because we're combining with ESD1. So we're actually divvying up the cost. As of right now, there's actually 160 members. So every week, of course, by the time we got the number, more members that signed up. So we'll have to revisit that number. That's why I said approximately the number, but I think it's one heck of a deal for an annual cost of $3,500.
The quote does say 175 though, Chief.
I'm sorry?
The quote,
Yes.
it does say for 175 for ESD2, so you're good.
Right.
It's not one. what they
But
put
we
in here.
still got to look at it.
Yeah,
We'll
but
make sure that the numbers.
Just so you all know, it's 175 for ESD2 and 75 for ESD1.
All right. Motion to approve.
Second.
Who was the second? I heard
Chief Glidden.
a motion by Commissioner Santana, second by Commissioner Glidden. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos.
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. This insurance will take effect on January 1st. Item number 13, discuss and take action on allowing Chief Esparza to issue credit cards for the maintenance supervisor, Martin Valverde, facility maintenance, Jose Valdez, corrected, and the mechanic, Antonio Gomez. Commissioners, as you all knew, the supervisor had a credit card. I'd like to provide Mr. Valverde a credit card. In addition to that, I would like to facilitate a credit card for the two maintenance people that are always running around. As sometimes they are out on the field and they have to come all the way back here to be able to buy a part.
Wait.
Their limit should be very small, just as an emergency.
I don't see a problem with that. I support this. Make a motion.
Second.
I heard a second.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Barnes. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden,
Aye.
motion carries. Item number 14, discuss and take action to ratify the invoice from Axon Enterprises, Inc. in the amount of 32,519 for dash cameras and for the new fleet. This is an annual contract, Commissioners, and you did approve it in one of the meetings.
Motion to approve?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Santana, second by Commissioner Glidden. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 15, discuss and take action on approving and allowing the board to talk to DOT to install traffic lights in front of the Montana Vista Station to expedite the response and emergency calls and for safety of the members when exiting the station, submitted by Commissioner Glidden.
Commissioners, and this has been going on in the past, even when I was chief, but it's getting worse with the traffic and so on. But I know at around 5:30, I was sitting out there, I think it was last week or the week before. And there was pretty good smoke coming up down off Flagger. The truck pulls out, light sirens, blowing the air horn. And he sat there well over a minute, minute and a half before the traffic would let up, that they could get out onto the road. I'd like to, and I know West Valley has done something like that in the past. But anyways, I'd like to see if we could get with TxDOT to see what we could do about getting some traffic lights out there that are on a timer, that when we go to respond, that we trigger the timer, turns the red lights on, traffic stops, and when they're able to proceed. Especially, I mean, you get a minute or two delay because in a fire or even a medical, some of you know how critical, every minute counts. So I think that's something that we should seriously look into.
I think it's a good idea. My only question to you, Commissioner, would be, why do commissioners have to be part of this conversation? Why isn't this an operational thing, either with chief, or better yet, how come Chief Marcus isn't included on this? Why is there a need for commissioners to be there when we have chiefs on the volunteer side and we have a fire marshal who runs operations to do that? Why do we need to be there is my question.
Well, I have mentioned this in the past, and I thought this was the best way to go.
Is that the
So we
only
could
station?
discuss it.
Only question I have is that the only station that would need it? I don't know if it's
Well, I
Just
don't
no
know
better.
about the other
I know.
stations.
that busy. I know we're getting 2,800 new homes there in the next 2 years, in that, right in that area. So I can't speak for Stanley or
Can I,
maybe the same issue.
Especially with us being on this main road, we have the issue getting out, well, when we had the station built. When this new station comes out, I think we'll start seeing that meeting.
okay,
Yes, sir.
go
If
ahead,
I-
Chief.
If I may, Commissioners, I did contact TxDOT. 62180, which is a state highway. I talked to them about that. Their engineering department will have to look into that. They didn't say no. They didn't say yes. Definitely red lights are out of the question. They can't stop the traffic on 62180 because it is a highway. They will look into the yellow because they said in the whole El Paso County, there wasn't one. And I said, yes, there is, because you installed them and we have them on the west side. So they did look at the map and they did see it. He goes, well, let me look into it. Number two is funding of how that is going to go. If they have it, they'll look into it. They'll have to go through engineering to see. Did ask, how long will this take? They couldn't give me a definite answer. But it's something that they are actively looking at.
Now, is this a phone call or formal request?
It's a phone call with, they're gonna get back to me on how the formal request will come. And first, that if they even need a formal request. Because they did have a message that I had left last week there to contact me. And now that I did get a hold of them, they are looking into it. But they don't have a formal, because they didn't think they had any in El Paso.
They're
No.
about to put one on Flagger and Montana.
I'm sorry,
At Flagler, Montana,
uh-huh,
about to install one right there. Down the road away,
but not for fire trucks.
not for fire trucks.
That's
But there are
because
red lights on. You talking about red lights for fire stations or red lights in period? Because there's one on.
red lights in period that we can hit the button
Oh, I
and
got you, got
for
you.
them to activate. They saw the yellows and they said yellows is doable if it's in the budget, and they have to run it through engineering because it's 62 and 80. But if they're saying that they're gonna put a set of red lights, that might change everything. Because it's 62 and 80, so engineering is having to look at all that.
Well, with that being said, chief, I guess Sanelli would be a good candidate. Fabens would be a good candidate because they're all state highways. And farm to market road in Sanelli, Clint is on the, farm to market road as well. I mean, I don't know if the guys have any problems during the day or even, the volunteer side. Chief, do you guys have problems getting out?
We don't, our biggest traffic hours, probably right in front of the church, but it's like 5 o'clock. But usually more than anything, we run from Station Street to the pit stop is there. Other than that, we don't have an issue.
So it's doable.
Yeah, it's doable for us.
It's only the 5 o'clock rush
5 o'clock drive.
when everybody's heading home.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you, chief.
And again, commissioners, one of the things that we have to be prepared for is if there is gonna be any cost involved in it. If they say no, but they can do it if we pay for it, what will that be?
I think again, coming back to the way that the agenda item is worded, I think it's a great idea and I'm glad that there's an initiative on it.
Yes.
My only thing is this seems like an operational thing, not something that the board needs to be privy to right now. I think this could be part of your monthly report when you come back to us and we have a question, hey, how's it going with the Montana Fire Station? But I think this needs to be a Chief Esparza, Chief Salcedo, and especially a Chief Marquez thing. Since it's his fire station, I think we should really have him involved in this. And then if need be in the future, if the board needs to get involved at that time, then revisit that. But I think we have leadership in our district for a reason. We have leadership on the volunteer side, and I think we should let them run with this and not necessarily as board members step in, especially at the beginning of this when we have more than competent people who can handle it. That's my opinion on the agenda.
I agree.
I agree.
Chief Marcus, you have anything?
What would you like to do with item number 15, commissioners?
Well, just as Commissioner Avalos said, if you can give us an update next meeting, during your updates, department updates. And of course, let Chief Marcus know where you guys are at, what's going on.
And again, you would like for me to look into all the stations, right? Fabens and Sanelli?
Havens?
I'd say to do it just in case. I mean, what happens if we don't have them in place and there's an accident one of these days? I mean, if we have them in place, it would be good to have them as a security blanket, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It won't hurt.
Yeah.
Insurance purposes,
I like to input to look into all of them, but if we're looking at where the need is, I mean, no place is growing like that place. Fabens and Sanelli it's important, but just in terms of demographics and population and traffic, this place really needs to be.
Montana Vista is
Yeah.
number one.
Yeah, in the front. burner right
That'd be
now.
our number
sure.
one.
And I'm sure they got some standing traffic studies out there on Montana. I don't know about Sand, I can't speak with that, but I know they have them up there. We pulled them from the past when we asked for red light in the past out there. And it didn't justify at the time, but that was 5 years ago.
Because if they're adding a street light, and I'm just taking with what you're saying, that they might be adding, then those flashing lights might be mute because traffic will be stopped.
If they can control it from the station, I know it's down the road the way he's rolling, but
No, I'm saying if on the corner of Flagler and Montana, they're gonna put a traffic light, I think it would be mute to have flashing lights because if there's a red light there, that means the traffic that is coming east will be at a stop.
if we control it. Yeah, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? if they can control it from the station to turn that light red, it may be advantageous, but that's kind of down the roadways.
Okay.
I've seen those at the fire stations where lights come on and
Mhm.
does the city have those?
It's a
Some of
couple station.
Yeah. So
So would you like to delete item number 15?
hell no.
No, we need to figure out, well,
Well,
you
or
you
you,
guys. Well,
okay, so-
okay, as it's written, yes, the commissioners should not attend, we should not be in there. But you should.
so you,
It is an excellent idea that we do need to look into.
so you're making the motion for us to look into that, right?
Yeah, it's operations.
Operation.
With the inclusion of Chief Marquez, please, on all correspondence between you and DOT so that he's up to date with everything you're doing, Chief. Again, it is his house. He's running that house, so he needs to know.
I have a motion by Commissioner Santana. Do I have a second?
Second.
But this is Commissioner Glidden's agenda item. We're all speaking on it. At the end of the day, it's his agenda item to either make a recommendation, you know what I'm saying?
Well, we're making a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Let's go with that.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Yes,
Second by Commissioner Glidden,
yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes.
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16, discuss and take action on approving the install of fire department plaques in the boardroom with the wording honor of all ESD number 2 county departments. Submitted by Commissioner Glidden.
Well, commissioners, I kind of brought this up to a few of you some time back. I know we've all been down to the courthouse and saw the plaque, the honor of the military and all the plaques. I thought it would be really nice to kind of duplicate that here, and where it shows that we're recognizing our ESD2 departments.
I like the idea. This place needs a little.
Mhm.
Do you think, Commissioner Glidden, that you could get us like a design and a couple quotes? What we're gonna do?
I'll get with the Chief Esparza and see where they go, but yeah, we'll work on something.
It should be operational. You.
Do I have a motion?
Someone that can-
I make a motion,
And the motion is going to be for them to go here in this boardroom?
in this boardroom. Yes, sir.
We're talking about the boardroom here, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I know we talked about when we built it, to have someone come in and just remind us why we're here, who we serve, those young firefighters out there. I don't care if they pay, they volunteer, but at the end of the day, something to capture, remind us, hey, we got some great people out there doing God's work. How do we,
That's
we got a lot of dead space on this wall. We got doggone carpet hanging on the wall. I think it's supposed to be a design.
No, that's soundproofing,
Any worse?
so it doesn't echo.
Can you hear me?
I have a motion by Commissioner Santana. Do I have a second?
Second.
Think our fire chief wants to say something. Come sign in. Well, your fire close there. I like it.
Cordero, just real quick.
Sign. You got sign in?
Yes. Here, you already took one of my pins.
Don't we sign in Marquez's name?
Just quick thing, I think it's idea, putting all the logos of the fire departments here in the front, and then putting the wording you want right in between 3 and 3. That's an idea, option.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a motion by Commissioner Santana, second by Commissioner Glenn. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 17, discuss and take action on amending fiscal year 22-23 budget submitted by Chief Esparza. Go ahead, Mariana.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is the final budget for the fiscal year that they're doing the audit on. There's no issues with doing this final audit because it's not changing the actual general ledger. There's no financing. It's just transferring from one budget amount to the next. And this is the final one for that fiscal year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners.
A motion by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Santana. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 18, discuss and take action on approving the purchase of parts for pumper 301 through Truck Pro in the amount of $5,786.40. Submitted by Chief Esparza. Commissioners, this is a turbo that went out on pumper 301. And we did order this turbo as it's back ordered.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Glidden, second by Commissioner Santana, Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos.
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 19, discuss and take action to ratify the invoice from Dayco Fire Equipment for the purchase of foam in the amount of $2,368. Commissioners, I believe this was the foam that we used during that fire and we're ratifying the purchase.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Santana. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 20, discuss and take action on approving SCBA flow testing for all departments through MES submitted by Chief Esparza. Commissioners, again, annual testing for air packs.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Santana, second by Commissioner Glidden. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 21, discuss and take action on contracts with San Luis Audio Fire Department. Commissioners, we please wait on this one till after executive session?
Motion
Okay.
to approve.
We have a motion for after executive.
Motion.
Second.
Who was the second?
Commissioner Glidden.
Item number 22, discuss and take action on vehicle accident reporting policy procedures, reporting procedures to ensure approved policy is provided by all ESD2 leaders, staff, station chief, assistant chief, to reassure the policy covers the timeliness of reporting of both ESD number 2 and station leaders. The policy should cover required police reports at the immediate discretion of the district's leadership, proposed to commissioners along with district leadership to oversee the policy and redevelop process. Submitted by Commissioner Barnes.
Good evening, everyone. I know we had a couple accidents recently, not focusing on the people, but the policies. I know some of these accidents weren't reported till later, for lack of better terms. Am I right, Chief?
Yes.
And the commissioners weren't notified till a couple days later. Not that we're gonna take action on. But we had a public building hit, we had a couple school buses hit. You know, anything moving or not moving out there is targets right now. So how do we reduce it? And this kind of ties in, I think the next one also, my apologies on that. No. But is there a plan to reduce? Even though we only had 3, don't get me wrong. If we look at our collective total miles over the year of all our district vehicles, our accidents are kind of minute, kind of small. You know what I'm saying? But they do seem to raise a flag. Hey, what can we do to prevent? What other policy procedures? What's the notification matrix? You know, and I understand, Roger, that our chief said somebody's gonna make it to you for a couple hours later. And is there some way we can put into place a policy or procedures that requires anyone operating district vehicles, if they do get in an accident, it's gonna happen. We're not gonna stop accidents. That's why they call it accidents. But if it does happen, that these are notified right away within a certain time parameter. I don't know what that is.
How long did it take, Chief, for you
I
to get
I looked
notified?
at the SOG on the Dropbox.
Mhm.
If you go to page 22 on the SOG, it says vehicle accidents involving district-owned vehicles, number 2. And the first one, right on the first one, it says, all accidents involving district-owned vehicles will be reported to the ESD number 2 fire chief promptly, regardless of how small the damage is or who is at fault. So I stepped on that a little bit, researched what promptly means.
Right.
The definition of promptly means little or no delay. So I mean, it's in there.
I also want to read, Commissioner, if you allow me to,
Go ahead,
the
sir.
ones that follow that.
Go ahead.
So chapter 11, page 22. We're at, would be number 2 of number 2. Whenever district-owned vehicles are involved in an accident, it shall be the responsibility of the officer or the person assigned the vehicle to see that the following actions are taken. And then it goes to number 3. Notify communications that you have been in a motor vehicle accident and your unit is out of service. Number 4, units involved in a motor vehicle accident while en route to an emergency incident shall remain on the scene of the accident. Instruct communications to page out the next available unit to the original emergency. Number 5, request whatever assistance you deem necessary. Number 6, render first aid as necessary. Number 7, gather all information available concerning people involved, witnesses, names, addresses, driver license numbers, insurance policy information, law enforcement case number, vehicle license numbers, make and model of all vehicles involved, and citations issued. Take notes on the scene as to whether the vehicles involved have windows up or down, radio on or off, air conditioner, heater on or off, etc. And number 8, make a rough sketch of the scene, estimating speed and indicating direction of travel and position of each vehicle to assist you in making a comprehensive report to the appropriate fire chief and ESD number 2 fire chief concerning the accident. So my question, commissioners, would be, what part of the policy do we need to work on?
The only thing
Real
that
quick,
I,
real quick, on Mike's point, properly, I agree with it. It's open to interpretation. Do we need to narrow down a time, or does chief, you look at, hey, time restraints, properly? I get it. Now, we're talking, if we're involved in a call, correct me if I'm wrong, experienced guys, we probably don't have time, you know, if we're involved in a dispatch call to shut things down because you're in an accident, I get it. If there's damage involved, yes, but call on another truck. But nothing, none of these, they don't cover it. Did anyone hear any of these in the last 3 accidents?
Yes.
They called you promptly?
They called their supervisor immediately,
Fair enough.
our employee. Yes,
Okay.
our employee immediately called her supervisor. He immediately called me
That was yesterday's, right?
yesterday.
Let's talk about the school buses real quick. Did they apply? I know it's hard to talk about without smiling, I get it. But did they apply? Did these rules we have in place, but they adhered to?
They did not.
Okay, fair enough. I agree, the rules are in place, guys, promptly, I get it, I agree. And I don't know if we need to put a time to it, because if I'm involved in saving a life, I can't say, hold on, I got to report. But if I'm in a parade, I think the rules change a little bit. Now we got to do some stuff.
What?
Also, we have in there, if I'm involved in an accident, I'm gonna get the victim or the subject's license and insurance information. They should probably back off. If I'm the one involved in the accident or caused the accident, we should be notifying law enforcement or one of our own heroes come out and,
And it is in there. They're supposed to gather the information from the case number, from the sheriff's department, from the police department, but none of those were followed this last, the 11th.
You're supposed to notify their fire chief,
Their fire chief.
and their fire chief will notify you, right?
Mhm. And that way, when I received the call, 3 hours had already passed by. None of those were done. None of those were completed.
That's the amount of time that it took, 3 hours? You see, that's still reasonable. I don't think we need to know immediately unless somebody really gets hurt.
But we failed to obtain any of that information.
Okay, well, that's
no
a different
pictures,
story.
no
As far as
pictures were taken
notification
either,
goes,
correct?
yeah, as far as notification goes, I don't think there's any issue. The fact that they didn't follow procedure within their department, first and foremost, that should be on their chief. He should address that with their firefighters. And then if we have to, we'll step in. But for now, I think it should be between the chief and at the moment, the assistant chief. That's all we can do. They don't follow procedures. Why are we jumping in right away? We need to figure out what that fire chief's gonna do about it.
and that's on Rod. I think chiefs, you're on that, right? You're dealing with that.
I'm sorry?
No, that's the point. The fire chief, their fire chief.
Right, but he's working with that. You're dealing with the fire chief, you're dealing with.
Yes, and we
the
can
problem.
discuss this a little bit after executive.
I
during
think
their
the
contract.
issues that we've had lately with regards to not reporting, like you're saying, which is true, is with the same department,
You're correct.
which has a liking of
Fair enough.
large yellow buses. for
Or yellow.
whatever reason. Okay, so I think we focus on that later on. That's the issue, because the other departments seem to be following the policies that are already in place.
So if this is not systemic and it is tied to one station, the recommendation is status quo. Can you work with that chief? To work with, but provide him the mentorship, whatever he needs to deal with his own people.
Oh, with that department, yes.
I agree.
Can we postpone this till after we deal with our contract?
We'll keep it for information only. How's that? We still do it. We still discuss as necessary, but not looking for a proposal.
Okay.
Item number 2 is for informational purposes only, correct, Commissioner Barnes?
Please.
22, I'm sorry. Item number 3, discussing the status of driver's license tracker for all district vehicles for district and station officers. Submitted with Commissioner Barnes.
I know we worked on this in the past, right? We had a matrix of all licensed drivers. I think some of the officers weren't on there. Is that a fair statement?
The officers for the departments?
For all departments.
Last month, we received a list. Was it last month or the month before?
Well, month before, but yes.
Something like that.
There was, yes, there was one. As a matter of fact, the
enough.
department that we're talking.
One thing I'm asking you, take a look at it, because if we can't expect our junior firefighters to do something our officers are not. All right, I think this can go in there. If we have an officer driving a vehicle that requires a Class B license, I think there's some concerns there.
That is correct.
And I don't want to widespread it. It's not a broad stroke. I think we got a lot of stations doing the great God's work, and but at the end of the day, if we're missing something on there and it wasn't filled out, maybe we can take a look at it. And it starts with the officers, it starts with leadership. Still believe in the trickle down theory, so hopefully it'll be passed down.
So you all did receive the copy of whoever had a Class B license as of last month?
Yes, yes, sir.
David,
I'm sorry?
was that up? I know there's some updates to it, right?
There was one update
Just one?
that I know of, one. In our department, there was one.
Fair enough, I got it. But I'm talking about cross-district vehicle, use of district vehicles. If you're driving a district vehicle, my assumption is you should be licensed for it.
You should be licensed
I
for
don't care if it's a Toyota pickup truck or
it. Correct.
American France.
Chief Esparza and the volunteer chiefs, is this like a mandate every month that they have to update?
It has
the-
not been, but we can make it that if that's what you all choose to.
Because they're the ones who provide us that information,
Correct.
correct? That's how we
Correct.
know.
That's how, I
That's-
mean, I have to get it from them. That's their employee technically?
Yes.
Right now, how often are the chiefs, or is it by department that they renew the list of people who have the certain licenses to drive certain vehicles?
I think it's only on request. I think there's only one department that keeps up with it, maybe 2. How often do you keep up with your chief, list, chief? So with us,
What about expiration? How long does Class Bs last? You have one. Is it normal? Is its name is a class?
I got mine last year and it's, I think it's good. Mine's a Class A, so it's 2030.
So they're same timeframes.
But yeah,
Okay.
it used to be 4 years, but now they.
I know, it used to be shorter timeframes, I know. Alright. Fair enough. I know that challenge, I know just having a Class B license puts challenges on responses and what vehicles are taken out. I know it's something Chief's got to lean on. I got it. I don't want to say it's a problematic, it's just a challenge to get people licensed. I know we're probably not moving fire trucks out that should go because of lack of licensed drivers. But if there's something there, the district can help facilitate with that or help chiefs out there, to attain those licenses for those individuals. Sometimes it's a self-sort of effort, don't get me wrong.
I am, if I may,
Things,
I am looking into, I was just notified that there is a new law that requires schooling if you're gonna get what they consider a commercial driver's license. Class B is considered a commercial driver's license, except we have an exemption. So I do have to verify we still meet that requirement before we have to send somebody to a school. Because now they changed it, like I was training one of our guys to drive the big truck. I can't do that anymore. Now he has to go to a school. They ended that last year.
is there opportunities for train the trainer where we have trained personnel go out there?
And that's why I'm saying I'm gonna have to look into all
Fair enough,
that
fair enough.
because we might have to become another type of academy so that we can train these guys.
Or can we host it?
Well, yeah, but they want a lot of money for those. It's costing about $5,000 to get a license through a school.
How much was the last accident worth?
I'm
Cost?
sorry?
How much did it cost for our last accident? You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, but imagine if we have to pay $5,000 a piece. Not,
Really?
yeah, it's a piece, not per class, a piece. That's
Per
why I'm having to
instructor,
verify that,
correct?
I'm having to verify that we are
That's
not
true.
part of that law.
Can we postpone this and as this part of this subject? Because if we can help facilitate some of these challenges the stations are having, I
And-
got it. We're not, you know,
And I can tell you that all the fire marshals, when they see an individual that wants to get their license, we have taken them to get their license. Because they don't have somebody that wants to take them. We take them to the DMV, we take them to because we are licensed to go and then we are their driver to get them there and then they can go get their license. Sometimes in the volunteer side, it's hard for them to get it. All right? How many drivers do you have, Chief? Just off the top of your head? I'm sorry? Out of how many? 6 or 7 drivers out of 23.
but don't you take your guys down there to the license bureau?
But it's under.
Not everybody. I got it. I got it.
That's what I'm
Fair
saying. If the
Fair enough.
need's there, we will help them out. Item number 23 is postponed.
Please.
Do I have a motion to postpone? Commissioner Barnes, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Santana. Commissioner Diaz?
Aye.
Commissioner Santana?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes?
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos?
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 24, discuss an update of vehicle accident involving the district, fire truck, and Isleta Independent School District bus district prevention plan for these incidents. Commissioners, again, can we postpone this till after?
Yes, yes, sir.
Motion to postpone till after the meet,
Second.
Who was the second?
Barnes. Me.
Barnes.
I have a motion by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Barnes. Item number 25. Discussion on radios encryption capabilities, request updated from ESD2 radio encryption process for both El Paso Fire Department and critical outlying agencies. Submitted by Commissioner Barnes.
Chief, you already covered this, so I motion to delete. The only thing is, how will this, as you identify the new radios or radios that do get filled, will this affect our future purchase of radios? Are we on that glide path for new purchase of new radios?
So I'm waiting to see what the grant is looking like. I know that they authorized a preliminary budget for this area, which was nothing of what was encompassed. The Council of Governments is still actively seeking the original funding of $11 million, which our ask to the federal government was $6 million. That's to replace everything. Put us good for the next 10 years, essentially.
We already got a feeder number on that, right? Which is very low, right?
What's that?
Did we get an original price on that, which was very low?
No, it's $6 million.
That's what our request is.
Mhm.
We already offered,
They were trying to allocate only 300,000 for
Right.
all of El Paso County. And all of El Paso County together combined was 11 million, which 6 of it was ours. Even if we got a lower number, we could have still, aim for the stars and hope for the middle.
because if we start recoding or adding these to our new radio, I don't want to put new tires on an AMC Hornet. Our old
So
radio.
these radios are still functioning. We are having radios start dropping, but it's vehicle radios that are dropping. We don't know why. That's one of the issues that we are trying to address as why. Who is deleting them? They did an update, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. And I got a phone call from ESD1 if we had lost any radios. And I didn't quite understand until they said they did an update and they turned off radios. So I sent a message out and it wasn't Chief Cordero called me 2 days later saying, oh yeah, some of my radios are off. I need those dropped off so we can figure out what happened, because we really don't know who turned them off.
Because we can't transfer these encryption patches to new radios, can we?
No,
So if we load up a bunch of older radios, we get new radios in,
but the new radios will already be encryption capable.
fair enough, okay.
That's the difference.
All right.
We're having to upload old radios that were not purchased because we took somebody's word to say, we're never gonna do that. But I will tell you that it's happening to us now. The media is listening to what we're doing in the radios, because I got a phone call the other day while in the call about one of the calls. So that's why the El Paso Fire Department went encrypted.
You can, I guess, motion to delete, since you already provided the update.
I have a motion to the lead by Commissioner Barnes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Santana. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes.
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos.
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 26, discuss and take action on stipend requests and update a proposed stipend program. The district chief and assistant chief to provide a level of readiness challenges and way ahead to provide attainable and sustainable stipend program in our volunteers. Commissioners, can we postpone this one till after we consult with legal?
Motion postpone.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Barnes, second by Commissioner Santana. Item number 27, discussion on lawyer contract update, discuss district chief to provide update on legal requirements for the month. Commissioners, I can tell you that there was right now two conversations with legal, and it was on the VIP program, what we're calling the VIP program, was a stipend. And then of course, the water service out of Montana Vista.
Was there anything pushed out to the commissioners?
No, sir. There's nothing official that went out.
Yeah, I thought that was the handshake.
I'm sorry?
I thought that was the proposed motion last time we did this.
Well, we're gonna talk about it right now in executive.
Fair enough.
Do you have what would you like to do with item number 27?
For information only.
Item number 28, discussion on credit card SOP, district leadership to provide updates and concerns with district and station use of ESD2 provided credit cards submitted by Commissioner Barnes.
Yes, this was postponed, I think, the last meeting. So is there any update on that, or?
So we did look into the credit card policy, Commissioner. However, I did find that to agree with a couple of the chiefs that they think that we should stay away from their departments. We
Not
don't
talking
have
about
it.
Not talking about their ink money.
We don't have an issue with any of our credit cards. We've never had an issue with any of the district credit cards.
All right, no, not the district ones, the ones where we had concerns with,
That's their ink money. That's what.
That's their ink. So the
I'd say
agenda,
stay away from two.
So,
But we also have concerns being brought up to the commissioners from our district leadership saying there's misuse, possible. Emphasize possible
but-
misuse.
but the more and more I looked at it, the more and more is that we should leave them to their own handling of their funds, if you would.
So
What's the legal say?
We have not talked to them on that because our legal in our SOGs, it says that that's our money only if they become defunct or if they're using our money. But whatever they use out of the other money, we cannot tell them anything.
here's what we approved on January 19th, 2021, commissioners and chief, and I guess we can go from here. So what we approved was the district, so we're in page 32, page 32, and it's under credit card policy.
That's on the SOG, correct?
Right,
Commissioner?
chapter 16, page 32, and it reads like this. The district believes the volunteer chiefs and staff should have the means to conduct business with the scope of the policies of the district, within the scope of the policies of the district. The following will be the policy and should be adhered to at all times. District staff shall have the limits that will allow them to provide services to the community and to our contract service providers. All employees under the district fire chief's direction shall not have sole discretion to make purchases without the fire chief or the assistant chief's approval. Employees that have to use their credit cards regularly shall have all their expenses reviewed by the chief officers every week before submitting for payment. Employees that are making purchases outside their job duties shall seek approval from the chief officers. And this is the second paragraph after. Volunteer chiefs have been given a line of credit as follows. Chief, $1,000. Assistant chief, $500,
Yeah.
not to exceed $2,000 per department, and must be used when an emergency arises or they have a purchase not covered by the district. If the chiefs are unsure of the purchase, they may seek approval from the district's chief officers at any time via text, phone call, or email. If approved, such acquisition shall be sent via email to the said chief as a way of a paper trail. And here are a list of the approved purchases. Food after a prolonged incident, TCFP dues, TDH dues, and learning books. That is how the policy reads as we approved it on January 19, 2021. So,
I think we're misunderstanding the part of the credit card policy right here.
Yeah.
When the individuals that come and bring up things to us as the chiefs of this department, it's always on the side of their Inc. accounts. And the more and more I looked into it, the more and more I keep running into roadblocks. And one of the people that kept sending is Chief Adler always says that it's a little by little, we're meddling into their business. And I think we should respect their side of it until there is an actual criminal investigation on it, then we should take action because it's technically their money until such time that they become defunct. That's when the district has in our contract that all monies are left behind become district property. Any property that they own becomes district property. But until such time, I mean, if I'm gonna go back to say, if the members of their departments feel that their chief is doing something improper,
Unethical.
they should be calling the authorities for them to be reviewed. And at such time is when we will be looking at, because that does not include us.
I just want to make sure then, so that we're all on the same page. And again, if I'm not misunderstanding, correct me. But what we're saying tonight, just for the people here who are listening and how the word's going to get out, is that if there is a misallocation of funds at the station, if a chief is only buying for a couple of people, misusing whatever it may be, they're not to come to you or us. They go to the sheriff's department or whichever law agency so there is no chain of command anymore. The chain of command is gone. They
The
go.
chain of command is their,
I'm just wanting to be sure here.
no, the chain of command is their chief, but if they feel that their chief is the individual or another person in their department is misappropriating their Inc. account, which is their 501c3 money, then they should be contacting a law enforcement agency to look into it.
So just to be sure, not Roger Esparza,
This is
El Paso Sheriffs. is who
El
they
Paso
should be.
Sheriff's.
So the thing is, one of the guides I was reading, where our ESDs are derived from, it pretty much says we need to leave the contractors, the volunteer departments alone.
Okay.
And the best way to do that is when they see something going wrong, some money's being misused, they need to report it. We can't be going in and seeing how much they're spending, what they're spending on. We can discuss it. I can show you guys during executive if you'd like. Or shoot, we can maybe do a small presentation in the next meeting. But yes, ultimately it did say that specifically, we need to let them do their business.
I agree with you. We've come a long way in 6 months. We relieved an officer of his volunteer duties, 6, 7 months ago on the same topic. Now I'm not saying I disagree with him. But I think as a board, we need to get a legal stance, a legal opinion, not ours, to make sure we're doing the right thing. I agree with it. I agree the money's theirs. We give you $15,000 a month. We trust that as we trust you with our equipment and the lives of our community, you're gonna handle that money.
I think the problem that we're gonna run into, and this is just me looking at it from the outside, my job is to protect the district's funds, which is the credit card that says El Paso County ESD number 2, and not the one that says the individual department's name on it. Once we look into that, even though that we say it's our money and when it's being misused or inappropriately, but if they don't have policies that dictate exactly like ours, how they will be using that money, how do we stop that? How do we Now we're gonna dictate how they're gonna spend their money. If that's what you all want, and that's what we'll have to put in
I'm
our
not saying that-
contract.
No, that's not, that's what the agenda item says.
Right.
It was brought to my attention from district leadership that we have stations out there misusing the money, buying small meals, which I kind of argued against, because if I have 4 or 5 guys going to a fire, we're gonna go out and grab something at Denny's or something like that. I really didn't see a problem with that, but it was said to me, it was in violation of the spirit of our SOG.
And it is when we mix them, but right now, we don't have one that mixes it. That's why the more and more I read into it, the more and more I'm like, that's on them, and they want to come to us to try to fix something that might not be something, and we do not want to get into that, the middle of that.
The flip side, I don't want a young volunteer to have to only think, hey, here I am giving my time and effort. Now the only way I see them doing wrong stuff, buying beer with, this ain't happening, guys. It's just an example. All right? Buying beer out there and like, saying, I gotta go to the sheriff's office.
You never know.
So the concern was,
You never know.
prior was,
They're going to.
we've had federal investigations. Federal law
Correct.
enforcement has come. There were arrests, there was
Fair enough,
stuff
yep.
in multiple departments, not just one. We're talking about a few departments were looked at. That kind of stuff went down. That's what the concern was so that we didn't have a repeat of that happening with our volunteer departments.
I can,
Correct, right? That was the whole goal was, hey, we don't want to go back to having the FBI involved investigating our departments. That was the spirit of it, was to keep everybody out of trouble. But now that we have these new guys, I do agree with Commissioner Barnes that we need to get it in legal, just so that, again, the chiefs know, okay, it is what it is. If something happens and the volunteers who vote for their chiefs, if they see something wrong,
that is
you
exactly
go to
it.
law enforcement. Okay.
If I may, Commissioners, I can tell you right now that the staff here, we oversee everything that's going on, and I can tell you, Mariana calls me up to my office that you approved this purchase. And I do have to send her, yes, I did, I do have to send her. So district-wide, we will not be having that issue here. Now,
So
what-
the policy that's in the SOGs is specifically for the assigned credit card for me is D2.
Right.
It's for the chief and assistant chief that has that credit card.
So like
Has
the
nothing to
stuff,
do with the Inc. account. That's just particularly for our
The-
policy of what the chief of that department is responsible
But
with
they-
our credit card.
But each volunteer chief has a credit card, $4,000 cap on it, $500 cap.
And we do oversee
2,000.
that.
2,000, yes.
I think we're merging some of the efforts here, but they're separate Inc. account.
We
don't.
The concern was never with that credit card.
Right.
The concern was with the Inc. account guys, Inc. account money and how it was being spent. Was it being spent? I don't use legally because I don't think that's the right word. Ethically, maybe, I think there's some concerns
Right.
on small purchase, individual purchase, not individual stations.
So, and the reason, Commissioners, I kind of changed my mind a little bit, me personally, is because I've been told by chiefs, how do you plan to enforce something that is not our policies on our money? And I have no way to do that because I do not oversee their Inc. account money.
We were kicking up some dust when they were doing it though.
Oh, yeah, but that's where it comes into contract. What more would you like to put into that if you want to put into it? But I think right now for us, it's just,
Can I say something, commissioners? Since I started here with the district, this has been an ongoing conversation. And is it a little, how do I say this? Concerning to see expenses that are one-sided, that are used individually, personally, or I like you and you get what you want, and you're not part of the crew, so you don't? Does it look bad? It does. Is it unethical? I think it is. I think this has to do with that individual that's running their department and making the decisions. But this has been an ongoing issue for the 10 years I've been here. And it always comes back to, we cannot say how to spend their money.
and at the end of the day, correct me if I'm wrong,
Bottom line.
commissioners too, it's up to the volunteers to decide.
And
whether
who,
that
and
person
who they
needs to
choose.
spend.
Yeah, and who they choose as their chief. Do they want someone who's,
And their board has to approve the expenditures,
They
correct?
they
should.
should be.
They
They should be.
approving it, not just one person.
No,
There
it has
should
to be
a
as
board in
collectively.
place to approve the expenditures.
So the way, if you all see how I put the agenda items for everything that was spent for that month, it's viewed by you all and it's viewed by everybody who has access to Dropbox. It can be viewed by the public. Why? Because it's on the website. It's called transparency. Simple word, transparency. If you're transparent to your members, they're gonna trust you that you're doing what's right for their department. But some of these departments, from the expenses that I've seen, they're concerning. But like Chief says, how can we go in and say, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't, like,
And
It-
again,
it's coming back to the same thing all these years.
Commissioners, I want to make it clear that this has absolutely nothing to do with the taxpayers' funds that we oversee here.
Oh,
We are talking to
Yes.
501c3 corporations that we contract with. That's the money they get paid.
And what the Chief Avalos was reading off, I mean, Commissioner Avalos was reading off on the thing, that had to do with district credit. cards.
That's only for district.
Right, right.
Yes, correct.
I got it. But the only other thing I have on this is if a young volunteer does see it, is there an open door? I think as you guys teach your classes on ethics and honor and all the other, and the reporting process and open door policies.
Ethical morality value in regards to monies is very separate from.
Anti-harassment.
And being a hostile
Fair enough.
environment.
But when you teach your class, you have an open door policy, you recommend open door policy, something like that, for the complaint process.
Yes, so the complaint process, I know that the word chain of command was mentioned here. We do promote that chain of command because we know that there are people of higher caliber as far as lieutenant captains, chiefs, in regards to communicating any type of working environment issue should follow that chain of command to afford those people their due diligence in doing their jobs per se, right? When it comes to these types of ethical values or expenditures, things of that nature, they need to be guided by what's on policy, right? And there is a difference between the monies that are being overseen here, which are taxpayer entity money, to money that is being delegated to a 501c3, where again, to Mariana's point, there should be transparency, that people have a right to see what is being spent, but you all are not going to be able to control what that volunteer chief decides to allocate to people they like or dislike. Or I mean, that's very hard to control. But at the same token, if you do see something that is wishy-washy, you should have that open line of communication with that chief to say, hey, why are we spending $20, $30 here and we don't have the backup? I mean, you should be able to have that conversation with them.
Or if a junior firefighter, which I don't think it's gonna be a big issue, but
Mhm.
if one junior firefighter says, hey, my only option is to call the sheriff.
Right.
Can I
That
come to the
is, yeah.
district and can I send it, is there an email
Right.
that I can send it to,
Mhm.
a consolidated email?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Concerns@esd2.com.
Right.
you know?
And I would also agree with the both of you in regards to if maybe legal does need to say this is a definite do, this is a definitely not, where there's a window of opportunity to minimize having to go from 0 to 100 with the sheriff, whereas let's try to mediate it, catch it before it gets blown out of proportion. But again, that is something that you all would need to see what's in the scope. If it has to be in policy, then create the policy and it'd be done that way. If not, then their last recourse is going to be through sheriff, and so be it. That's something that you all will have to decide and then spread down.
So, thank you.
Appreciate your counsel as always.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
My motion, Roger, gentlemen, is to propose to adjust our policy based on legal opinion to support this. Because I agree. If it's their money, it's their money. If that's the case, I don't want to wash our hands on it. If I want to say, if there's boundaries there, then we respect it.
But let me ask you for a clarification. You want us to adjust our policy, the one that we control here, and that has nothing to do with that. So I think
No, not just our policy on our district credit cards.
Okay.
If we have to create a policy that we don't get involved. Maybe a
Or
deputy.
do, depending on what legal said. right?
Agree.
Yeah, because right now, remember, you all as the board authorize two different accounts. So we have a little bit of say on the money that's left over, or they have to return it.
Agree
Right.
with that.
So every year, of course, nobody's had to return money because they're using it on their members. However, what is the policy and what they can use it on? That's up to them and their members. We only have one department here that has a policy that says that department runs on a strong chief mentality. In other words, he is the final say in all decisions, and that's not what we have, and doesn't want to change it.
But we focus on policies. As we look at people, we focus on policies, stuff we can affect. like I said, 6 months ago, we relieved a volunteer from his positions and duties based on not a policy we have, but a perception. So can't look forward looking back. So recommendation, make a motion that based on legal opinion, we either adjust or addend the policy to support.
Depending
That's
on
right,
legals,
yeah, right.
yes.
But I think you need to make sure you reword the agenda because the agenda is speaking about our credit card.
Right.
So
Commissioner,
legal
Lin-
opinion on the Inc.
point.
account.
Good point.
you- 'cause-
That's why I went to that
Yeah.
page, because I thought we were discussing,
No.
but
Hey, let's make a motion to delete. We'll talk to the lawyer on it and we'll provide
Rewrite it for next
for
meeting.
next meeting to give,
Okay.
to make sure the chiefs are on board what's going on. I mean, if you didn't know we're delivering turkeys in 2 days, I'm sure you don't understand the policy coming up. So we want to make sure you're on board, what's going on. We don't care if you agree. No, yes, we do.
I have a motion to delete by Commissioner Barnes. Do I have a second?
Second,
Second by Commissioner Santana. Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes.
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos.
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 29, discuss and take action on Narcan update. District leaders to provide an update on medical director's approval and the documentation training requirements and the purchase of Narcan and required apparatuses. I believe the word should be apparati. Used to administer this opioid antagonist medication when needed.
Yeah, I don't think so on the apparatus. All right, but no, you already covered this, chief. I don't want to keep kicking this, dirt over home plate, but, my only concern is the training requirement. All right, is there a training requirement? Is there a plan for training? I got it's on the station chiefs. I know this is something that's asked 7 months ago, 6 months ago, maybe. I appreciate us coming around the corner on it.
Well, Commissioner, just to be clear, a lot of these things that we are being asked for are very costly.
Agreed.
I looked at the Narcan and I made it clear, one dose of Narcan was $128 for something that is going to expire in 6 months to maybe a year. This device that was brought to my attention, $8.
Appreciate your diligence on it and finding this product. I don't know if it just came out.
Well, nobody had brought anything to the table like this. That's why when they
Yeah.
brought it up, I looked it up. I did the research. We typed it up, sent it to the medical director. Took her a little bit to review it and sign off on it, but she did sign off on it. And that's the way we should be doing it.
Agreed.
I don't want to be jumping and doing it out of haste and being like, just because these guys want it, we are gonna do it.
Totally agree.
We are gonna have to do what's best for the district as far as cost.
But there is a training requirement, correct?
That is correct. So today we had a meeting, only 3 people were in the meeting, which was Chief Sariana, Captain Worry out of West Valley, and Willie Cordero, Chief Cordero. So it's gonna be their job for their medical coordinator to train them in the use of this device and how they're gonna draw the Narcan out of the vials, because now it's all the way from ECA, all the way to paramedic. So again, this is every level of medical personnel that we have is able to use it. However, the one thing that I'm gonna say it here as I recorded is that we are gonna issue 10 to begin with, 10 of these devices to each department. The way we're gonna control this to ensure that we are following the procedure is whenever they need replacements, they will have to turn in their advanced medical form that they did an advanced procedure in accordance to our protocols. That's how they're gonna get a replacement.
Can they order it themselves?
No, we're gonna make it to where they cannot order it themselves. What's that?
So they already know the protocols to do that, to turn, yeah, it's already.
It's something that's already in place that whenever we do an advanced procedure, we are supposed to fill out that form. But now, since it's something that an ECA and above can do, now that's how we're gonna hold them to not be able to order more. If they're out of the device, that means that they use 10 devices.
Chief,
Where-
and
Go ahead.
prior to this, only the paramedics.
Only paramedics to do it via,
yeah,
by vein,
intramuscular or
yeah,
IV.
IV.
And I get it. Our contacts with those that require this medication is not exuberant, right? It's not big. You don't guys see these every week, do you? People that require Narcan? So I got it. Fair enough.
So But that's how we're gonna control the expenditures. They're using it, that's, or there's a form justifying the use of it.
Good.
Because one of the things that we are gonna train is, we're not gonna push Narcan on a diabetic emergency. Just because we see you passed out, does not require that you push the Narcan.
Fair enough. My concern was, you already covered it, and I appreciate the hard work and finding this reasonably priced. I got it, and at the end of the day, though, if it saves one life, it's worth it, worth $8, I guess.
Motion to delete?
Well, the training part, leave it on there. No, I don't want to delete it, because I want to make sure the training's done.
Okay.
So what do
Fair
you
enough.
want?
So,
Just to touch base on the training part,
for information only.
Chief Sariana, we are gonna go visit the stations when they're doing it, when they're training, so that we can verify that they're following the procedures.
And they'll be given the protocols to how to train.
No, the protocol is already written. It tells you when you can push the Narcan.
Right.
And that's the only thing, but the training will be is when the medical coordinator for that department gets in front of everybody and says, these are the protocols, this is what, and then they're gonna show them how to operate the device.
Fair enough.
So we will document all that to make sure that we are in compliance.
All right, appreciate it. Information only, is that good?
Yes. Item number 30, discuss and take action on station training. ESD2 leaders provide scheduled trainings to commissioners. This is to ensure awareness and senior leaders to provide support as available. Submitted by Commissioner Barnes.
Yes, I know we had some training, awesome training at some of our stations. Is there an opportunity for the commissioners to be provided, so we can stop by and say hi, stop by and congratulate those that are trained, and not to oversee the training at all, but for awareness purposes only. I think I'm gonna pick up Montana Vista, had like 40 cars there the other day, from the sheriff's department to across the spectrum, right? Awesome training, but, and if there's an opportunity for Commissioner Brown, as they're available, or any leadership, district leadership also, congratulate and, give them a fist bump to the chief. Thank them for their taking, especially those taking time out of their weekend, because it's a Saturday training, to come in there and, was it Saturday? Every day, I'm retired, every day Saturday, right? And out there taking out their time to serve our community. Do you oversee any training that's provided?
We do not oversee the day-to-day operations of their training. That's up to
Scheduled
you.
training, big training, I'm not talking.
Well, that's a different one, because that training is scheduled by the ComStar team out of ESD1. So that would be, they do send out the page to everyone, but that's something that we do not oversee. Would you like for us to oversee that?
No, I don't want change, I don't want to make any changes to it, guys, but hey, chief, if you're out there doing some awesome training out there, you could pass it up to the district chiefs. And they can-
That happens pretty much every week on a lot, on some of the departments, every week on some of the departments. But again, the training at Montana Vista, I did talk to the chief, and that was their monthly rope rescue training that happens once a month, but next month might not be there. Next month it's gonna be at a different location. So it was just a fluke that you found them there. And then they have their weekly trainings that they do there.
So it's up to the chiefs if they want to invite us.
Yeah,
Right.
fair enough, guys.
Yeah.
If you want mom and dad coming to your station, say hi, thank you for what you're doing. Hey, if you would push that up to the district chiefs, we appreciate it, you know what I'm saying? You guys doing hard work out there. You're doing God's work. You're standing between harm's way in our community and seems like we're always up here complaining about something. Like, I'm not saying thank you once in a while. Fair enough? I guess. Information only.
Item number 31, discussion on active shooter training with local law enforcement. Inquiry onto any training conducted with local, county, state, federal law enforcement in collaboration with training efforts, past or present, current approved policy on warm zone, hot zone procedures, equipment, availability for firefighters to provide life-saving measures during collective entry procedures. Submitted by Commissioner Barnes.
It's something I spoke with Chief Esparza about, and it's something we trained with Fort Bliss Fire. As we know, we never expected a mass shooting in Walmart. It happened. We don't expect active shooter to transpire, but they do. When they do, I know it's one thing we trained with fire departments there is how to get into those active zones, those hot zones, with our, is this something that we trained on, you said we trained on in the past years ago?
So they put out training through Office of Emergency Management, but it's always been the standing orders for the fire department to be out in the cold zone. The fire department, city and county will not be anywhere in the hot zone. That is not something that they practice. They don't want that.
So it's not something we're interested in. It's something, I want to make sure, you know.
So we do get invited. However, I'm gonna say the chiefs have never received that invite because it's last minute. The last, correct me if I'm wrong, chief, we got notified the day before as a, oops, we forgot to let you all know. And we didn't show up. They want everybody to show up, but how can we take all our trucks out of our service for one training?
I agree with that too.
So it's one of those things, if we get the invite with plenty of notification, it will make it out to the chiefs, because as it is, with 1 day notification, it's something that I'd rather say, no, we're not gonna get invited last minute.
That's symptomatic of something else. I just wondered if there's opportunity to train out there, if there's training being done with our county, I'll use law enforcement or whatnot.
So that training is pushed out through OEM. So it happens about twice a year, once in the city and once in the county.
All right.
So I will keep you all posted when we get
Fair
notified of the next one.
If you could make that information only.
Item number 31, informational purposes only. Item number 32, discussion on district leadership, provide an update regarding ESC2 inspections year to date regarding the fire marshal inspections, number of inspections, number of businesses, district services, requirements, resources, if any, needed to maintain an up-to-date inspection plan submitted by Commissioner Barnes.
Across the spectrum of inspection requirements, what percentage do you think we're meeting of our potential businesses that are established businesses that are being inspected?
I'm gonna say,
Established, I'm not talking to mom and pops came up last week, talking about those that carry a tax ID number or that.
well, everybody carries a tax ID number.
Okay. No, but
All new businesses, for sure, we're at 100%.
okay,
All the little mom and pops that appear, disappear, pop up somewhere else, it's hard to gauge. I could tell you that right now we have approximately about 2,000 plus facilities in our district, and our fire marshals are hitting new ones every day. And we're gonna implement that our line firefighters start doing inspections as well, the ones that are certified, because you must be certified in the state of Texas.
so of our 6 stations, we only have 2,000 businesses across county that are inspectable or being inspected.
No, that are businesses that we can have right of entry.
Okay, and then out of those 2,000, how many we inspected? All of them?
Well, a lot of them are new ones also.
I'm not setting one up, don't get me wrong. I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
I'm gonna throw a comfortable number of 75% of them.
Okay, it's better. Okay, good.
And again, a lot of times we show up, do an inspection, and a month later, or whenever we give them the re-inspection, they're closed. A lot of businesses, even in Montana Vista, we go inspect business and they're gone. They don't want to spend the money to fix it. And that's not what we're after. We try very hard to ensure the public that even if they can't meet all the demands, that we are there to work with them, and little by little, even if we write you up for 20 things, if you fix 2, I'm good enough for that. We'll give you more time to fix another 2. Because to us, that's a good business.
It's a step in the right way. But as we continue to move east, you know, is there challenges as our fire marshal or inspectors, do we have enough? Is that something we need to grow
Well-
internally?
Well, one of the things that I've been looking at, and I'm gonna tell you right now, this is a discussion, again, we are having a chiefs meeting, and ESD1 has hired more than us, but they're seeing the growth. What happens when the growth stops? We're only one short right now for what we've been doing all these years. And we're about to replace that person within the next 30 days. What happens if we hire 10 more and then,
No, not look for Tim. I'm not
yeah,
saying-
no, I'm just saying,
All right,
That's what-
I'm sorry, what are we trying to discuss or agree on this agenda item? I think we're losing sight of what our agenda items are for, and they're not just for discussion, and that's what, all we've been doing. We're actually even taking time from our firefighters here. We can have these discussions, whoever brings up in a concern, an idea, we can discuss it with the chiefs. And then when we can produce something, then we can bring it up as an agenda item. I don't think, going back and forth, we're just wasting time. I don't think, what's the purpose of this agenda item? That's what I need to know.
Do we have the capabilities to meet the requirements of our
Okay.
community in regards to inspections?
Okay, right now he said we're short one. What else do we need to know?
That didn't answer the question.
I believe we
Fair
do,
enough.
Commissioner.
What's that?
I believe we do. Once we replace that, we will be at 100%. That's what we've been for the last 15 years, and we do have the personnel to accomplish the mission of.
Because as we continue to grow, but we don't have these conversations.
And you can bring it up to the chief anytime. You can bring it up to the authority
Well, how do we bring it up to
anytime.
the fellow commissioners?
After we discuss this, this isn't for discuss, these are agenda items are, we vote on agenda items. We don't come up and discuss agenda items, without voting on them. I don't think we're losing sight of what this board meeting is about. I think we should sit down and discuss this as well. I'll be honest with you, these are all important points. Something as simple as decorating our boardroom, that's good. But we can discuss all these things first. Come up with concrete ideas and then vote on those concrete ideas. Right now, we're just going, what if, you know?
No, not what if. What, as El Paso moves east and our requirements grow past our capability, where do we start identifying this? Our shortcomings? Are we meeting the inspection? We'll talk about this one. Are we meeting inspection requirements for ESD two to meet all these small businesses that are growing out east?
All the new businesses are in compliance. All the new businesses are being looked at. Everything that's growing here is being looked at, and I can tell you that they're at 100%
You just said
sprinkler. They're up
100%,
to the
yeah.
times.
You just said 100% of the businesses.
Every new
First
business,
we've been briefed on this.
It's the first time you bring it up. That's a
There you go.
point. This isn't the time. We need to fix this. If we need to vote on something, I think we need to bring up something concrete to vote on it and keep on going. It's getting late and we've been doing these things too many times. I was gonna wait for executive to bring this up, but this is getting silly.
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right, well, we will discuss it then.
Fair enough.
All right, now, would you want to vote on something or just keep on discussing what is?
No, we'll table it.
Okay. Motion to table this item.
have a motion to table the item.
Second.
I don't think it's a motion, actually. Tables.
Item number 33, discuss and take action on allowing our crisis response team in ESD2 crisis response team and ESD2 vehicle when responding to emergency events, submitted by Commissioner Avalos.
Good evening, Commissioners. I wanted to see if you would vote tonight to allow our, we just voted on this last month, our crisis management person, our chaplain for the district. When there is an emergency and the roads are blocked off by PD or our fire department, for him to be able to gain entrance there to provide his services. It wouldn't be a take home that he would have every day. It would be parked here. He could come pick it up here, go respond, do what he's gonna be doing for us. And then when he's finished with the emergency or helping our firefighters, he can come back, drop off the vehicle. That's what this is for. It's just for him to be able to enter a scene when civilian cars are not allowed to go into that scene, kind of like the big fire we had in East Montana, or something tragic happens. Chaplains for PD or El Paso Fire are able to enter, and this would identify him as part of ESD number 2. And again, the vehicle would be here until there is an emergency. He would pick up the vehicle, take it, and once the emergency is over, once he's done helping, he would come back, drop off the vehicle again, and then leave in his own.
Does it have to be a specific vehicle or one of the vehicles that we have here for staff to use?
Well, right now we have a marked reserve fire marshal unit. We can redecal that to something else if you all like.
What did lawyers say on this?
I think the lawyer was not in agreement to having a vehicle, but you all said you all discuss it as a board and ultimately it's your decision.
He would not be responding code.
Yes, he would not be responding code.
And as long as he fulfills the requirements from any staff member to utilize our vehicles,
Background, license, background check, so forth.
Do you mind coming up, signing in and just kind of talk a little bit about what you did in the East Montana station the other night and let the commissioners know in the short time you've been with us, what you've done so far?
Did you respond to it?
You went and had dinner with them for their Thanksgiving dinner. Yeah.
And then can you talk a little bit also, just remind us of your qualifications and that you were a peace officer at one time as well and all that, just so we're aware.
Commissioners, thanks so much for the opportunity to come up here. So just to give you a brief update, thank you guys for allowing me to come in and be a part of the team. I was invited last week for their Montana Vista's Thanksgiving dinner to go and speak to their volunteer firefighters and have dinner with them, break bread with them, and introduce the program to them. It was very well received from every firefighter there. It was actually something that they said it's time. It was about time that it came to be. It was something that was very long needed. There was a lot of conversations that they said, you know, we wish we could speak to somebody about it, but we never could. And now that we can, we actually appreciate it. How often can we call you out? How often can we have you, you know, here with us? And what can we do to, you know, what's kind of the parameters that we're gonna have to do to, you know, have utilized you a lot more. Now, I am a Texas peace officer with Socorro Police Department. I am a licensed individual to drive a vehicle. I actually drive a Socorro Police marked vehicle very often. I have had to have times where I actually have to take at Police Academy. You actually have to go through what's called Emergency Vehicle Operations Course, EVOC, to be able to drive a vehicle at a high rate of speed. I have all those certifications. I'm more than able to actually do that again. But in situations such as Walmart, in situations such as the Montana Vista Fire Department, you know, responding, it is standard operating procedure by law enforcement to not allow anybody that is not marked vehicle and or has no reason to be there to be allowed into the perimeter. As such as Uvalde, being a response individual, I responded in my personal vehicle. The only way that I was actually able to get into Ground Zero was I had a decal that says I am a chaplain. And I
was gonna ask you for
and
that.
and I actually have to have, so they knew exactly who I was. And every time I go in, I have to badge myself in. I have to sign in. It's a whole process. There's always, it's not, you know, I'm just gonna respond and here I am to show up. A lot of the times, one of the conversations that I actually had with one of the guys at Montana Vista was, and Chief Marcus can concur to this. They've had fatalities. A lot of the times, you're seeing now if it's a fatality, that whole street will be blocked off, and it's going to be blocked off for at least a mile. So myself in a unmarked vehicle or myself in my personal vehicle, I can't go into the scene. That's a no-no. Police officers are going to be like, who is this guy? Why is he in a regular, you know, truck trying to get into a car scene accident to see or talk to any of his men or women? And so that's kind of the idea behind this is, like I do it with the Socorro Police Department. If I'm doing any chaplain duty, I take a marked vehicle and or an unmarked vehicle. I have taken it home, you know, because it's my chaplain duties are 24/7. So there's times that I get out at 2, 3 in the morning. I live on the far east side of El Paso. Coming down to Socorro is counterintuitive because I've got to go, come back, and then I still work, you know, first thing in the morning. So that's already 2 hours, 2.5 hours of my time, you know. So what I do is park it at home. I live in a very, very, very safe neighborhood. So nothing's gonna happen to it. They have the GPS marking on it. You know, they know exactly what's going on. I have that communication 100% with my chain of command. Let them know, hey, just arrived. Hey, here's a log. I'm gonna be at the house, or this is where I'm going. There's some sort of accountability to it. It's not just like I'm just gonna come pick it up and go for a joyride. Absolutely not. There is a logbook that needs to be taken care of. It says, okay, you know, for instance, you know, and I don't mind driving my personal vehicle, 4 days out of the week, going from Socorro, Montana Vista down to West Valley, that's not a problem. I'll do that by myself, and I'll use my gas. That's by no means necessary. I think what the idea here is more so whenever there is a Walmart shooting, where there is a Montana Vista fire, something that, the fire chiefs are saying, hey, you know what, I need you down here. I can come out over here to Fabens, which is about a 45-minute drive for me, almost an hour. Drop off my vehicle, pick up that vehicle, and then drive the 45 to an hour wherever we got to go to the actual emergency. And then once that's done, I'll come back to the Fabens and drop it off.
Do you need specific markings on that vehicle?
A lot of the times you do.
What would it be?
A lot of the times it's on, like, for El Paso Fire, El Paso Police Department, because they have the means necessary. They actually have a chaplain vehicle decaled. So if you look at El Paso Police, they have I think it's a small old school Impala that they have marked, and it doesn't have sirens, but it has lights because they're entering an emergency place, and so they have their lights flickering, and then they go into whatever scene. Same thing with El Paso Fire. With the Socorro Police Department, we're a very small organization, so we don't have the fleet to be able to do that. So I'll just take a regular marked vehicle. But it's up to the discretion of the board to decide how we want to see this specific vehicle and or moment to utilize these types of things.
Commissioner?
Sam Ferrone's old vehicle?
Sam Ferrone's vehicle
And
is
would a
marked.
placard work in the windshield to support
A lot of the times,
A
Or
magnetic?
or a magnetic sticker on a
magnetic sign?
magnetic?
we could do magnetic. Sam Ferrone's vehicle is an actual marked unit. It's an actual, the city actually allocated it
Right.
to be a marked vehicle, and it says chaplain. And so that's kind of what they do to do death notifications, go on to STI, actual crime scenes. And that's kind of how you identify it. So if you drive, the freeway, sometimes I'll see them on Loma Land, I'll see them on the actual arteries of the city, and you'll see, that's a chaplain, where who he belongs to and where he is.
Commissioners, what I'd like to propose and see if you would agree with this is for us to allocate a vehicle, get a magnetic sticker on the side. That way he can mark himself. And then if we could have the vehicle parked at Montana Vista. Since you're about 5-10 minutes away from Montana Vista, I think that would make more sense. We leave it parked at Montana Vista, and if he needs it, if it's okay with Chief Marcus,
would be
if
up
Chief
to-
Marcus is all right with housing it, if he could have to go pick it up in Montana Vista, respond, and then he would take it back to Montana Vista and leave it there. It's still an ESD property. But instead of him, like you said, having to drive down here, and then it's with the permission of Chief Marcus, it's there. And he can then take it from there. And so that's what I'm proposing, but the first step would be is to allocate a vehicle, get it situated to identify him as a chaplain, and then work with Chief Marcus to give him a space or how he would come in and out when necessary to pick up the vehicle from chief.
And a lot of the times, driving a regular vehicle and being in civilian clothing, they're gonna be like, who is this guy? How is this guy? How is he even associated with the police department? I worked at sex trafficking and human trafficking side of things with the tag unit. So I work with West Texas Anti-Gang Center. So sometimes I have to be in plain clothing. The only way that they identify me is I open up my gun and my badge. And that's kind of how they identify who I am. So me not having any identifyings with ESD2 yet, that's kind of where the question was raised is, who is this guy and how is he going to come into a scene, a fire scene type of thing?
Could we throw in a polo maybe and a jacket? Maybe
We get credentials. Have to.
It would be the same uniform as our
Chaplain grade,
firefighters, right? It would be the same uniform.
I'm sorry, yes, it would be the same. It would be an ESD2 uniform.
Right, right.
Hey, chief, do we have, I know you said we have a backup vehicle here, and I know that would have to stay here for a backup for the fire marshal, but do we have an extra vehicle that we could probably
So-
allocate?
I was thinking about that. The fire marshal vehicle is a big vehicle.
Yes.
I'm thinking the Explorer, which is getting ready to be up for replacement. That's the travel vehicle. That should be, it's on mark currently. And that's the vehicle that we should be marking and leave it as, that wouldn't meet the requirement of us having to replace it every 10 years or 100,000 miles. That one's until it pretty much dies for that particular
That one
service.
says ESD2 on the side.
Right.
If
So
I
we can,
remember
we can decal, it has no lights, it has none of that. So,
We
but-
could put Chaplin on it right away.
right. And then one of the things that I was thinking, I'm not quite sure, but I think the Chaplin have their own light system. I believe they're purple.
Depending on the certification. So with PD, it's red and blues. PD also has, I think it's red and blues as well. Sanfroni has red and blues. If it's just like an NGO, it's green and purple.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Amber, green and purple is what they.
I was gonna say, I could have sworn that that's the way you identify that, that's a Chaplin.
Yeah, no, it's that's kind of how it is. Like there's random NGOs that have like a chaplain that comes up, and because they're not a government entity, and they're not in a government vehicle, I think that's how the traffic code is written. And I can look more into the traffic code, but as far as I know, if it's not an actual, government vehicle, it has to have ambers and reds. They can't have a blue.
Well, ours is a government vehicle,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah,
but again, I'll look it up, but I could have sworn all the Chaplins had the purple and yellow instead of red and blues, but
and that's where we can, it's up to our discretion to how we want to see fit. Like I said, it's not this is a very brand new program. So if we want to do ambers and purple to say that's actually the chaplain coming in and it's easily identifiable, then, so be it.
Go ahead and make an emotion. Go ahead, get him suit up with the uniform and a vehicle. And if it's possible, to stage it at Montana Vista.
I second.
Is there a chance to get them credentials, to represent ESD2 or?
yes. The question isn't, because if we're gonna issue credentials, you're gonna have to get a full background check and pretty sure you'll pass. But if I remember correctly, you said that you have other individuals.
There's one more. So as far as the NGO that I have, if I have to end up calling them out, they again have to follow the procedures of parking your vehicle out. You have to ride with me or however our SOG is. And then the one for this specific program right now is I have Garrett Hiller, who is a firefighter of West Valley Fire Department. He's one of the volunteers who's currently going through what's called the pastoral residency program, who's would like to become a chaplain in the near future, down the line. And so him already being a firefighter, having the feet on the ground, understanding what his peers are going through, it's an insight that I have. I come from a police world. It's something completely different from the fire department. We both share the badge, we both share the line, but it's kind of two different types of lifestyles, and it's one of those things where I have that insight. So that's the only other individual that I have right now for this program here at ESD2.
And just to clarify, he currently is a volunteer.
Volunteer
firefighter
at West Valley.
Active
Yes,
volunteer.
active volunteer at West Valley.
Okay.
And he actually works with me at Office of Emergency Management. So that's kind of how we both have that connection.
Again, we will have to send them out for, just like we do every employee here,
Yeah.
fingerprint, background check and everything else, just so that we have everything covered. I have a motion by Commissioner Glidden, second by Commissioner Diaz, to be able to provide a vehicle, if possible, park it at Montana Vista. In uniform and ID. Do I, Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Santana,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes,
Aye.
Commissioner Avalos,
Aye.
Commissioner Glidden,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Executive session. El Paso County ESD number 2 is entering into closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551-071 to consult with the district attorney concerning all matters identified in the agenda, where the board seeks concerning all matters identified in the agenda, where the board members seek the advice of their attorney in privileged communications. The date is Tuesday, November 21st, 2023, and the time is 8:02 PM.